Hello. Welcome. Good evening. Hello to Chrono. Thank you for the lurk. Hello to Action Production. I hope you are having a good evening. I'm sorry for the late start. I somehow managed to start early yesterday, and in preparation for today, I again just felt really tired, but I felt like I felt so bad about ending stream early last week. I was like, no, I can't do this game dirty like that. So I did try to get like extra rest today in between my like two morning work session and afternoon work session. So I did take a nap during the lunch. But then that meant for dinner I was like prepping more than usual. So, you know, I was a little late. Oh, I have soda. Hold on. Also, like, this throat thing has not gone away. Like, I don't think it's gotten worse, but it hasn't gotten better. Change the category soon. Thank you, Action. I will do some. Oh, hello, Savrana. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. All right, we are going to do some Duolingo review. You know, some German before we start the game. Oh, I forgot. Did I update the stream? It's this is the actual name of the stream. Why am I always the criminal? I should look up like a funny emoji to have on there. All right. We are on here. French it up, girl. Hello, show. How are you? Good evening. Welcome in. We're actually learning German tonight. Speaking the Sprechen. I don't. Where's Ever when I need her? I should start doing my Duolingo again. Do it. It's fun. I mean, it's kind of like, like, is this really helping me with French fluency? Probably not, but it is fun. German is what I do when I actually do it. Oh, how exciting! We can just, yell at each other in different languages and not understand the other person. Quel temps fait-il? What?
Quel
Fait-il?
Fait.
What's the weather like? Il fait froid. It's cold. It's cold out. Aujourd'hui, il fait froid. It's actually really cold today.
Fait-il?
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 That's it. That's the one. Tu vas. Oh.
Ah.
A for cities. We learned this. O for countries. A for cities. Tu vas à Montréal? Quel temps fait-il en octobre?
Oh.
Are you going to Montreal? What temperature is it? Or what's it like in October? German is easier for me because in elementary school, when most schools had random little Spanish or French lessons, my school had German. My mom was so mad when I chose French in high school. Like, okay, to be honest, not like your English, not like your high school language courses really matter because, like, I took French and I barely remember anything, right? Like, I'm sure people who took high school Spanish and, like, literally did nothing with it probably remember just a few phrases, right? But, like, my mom got so mad at me because, like, we live in California. There's a huge Spanish-speaking population, right? And so, like, objectively, Spanish is much more useful here than it is in other places. My mom got angry because I was like,
Il fait bon en automne.
I was like, I want to learn how to speak French. And the main reason why, I gotta tell you, it was her fault in the first place. When I was young and she would take me to the library, one of my favorite things was my mom would let me borrow like one, was it like VHS or DVD? I don't remember. Maybe it was VHS. Every time we went to the library, I would have one like basically movie or video that I could rent along with any books that I wanted. And so one of my favorite things as a kid was to rent the Madeline cartoon. you know? And so obviously I just had that like emotional connection to French more than I did to Spanish. And so when I went to high school, I decided to take French. And so it's her fault in the first place. I remember those cartoons. I know, it was so cute with her little like yellow hat and yellow like uniform thing. So cute. It's nice in the fall. Il fait très something. Nous mangeons
Dehors.
Dehors. Oh, dehors. So it's nice.
Beau.
Il fait très beau aujourd'hui. Nous mangeons dehors. Dehors. Dehors.
Dehors.
Dehors. Dehors.
Dehors.
Dehors. How the heck do you say that word?
Dehors.
Dehors. Okay.
Il fait quel temps en octobre?
Il fait quel temps en octobre? What's the weather like in October? In middle school, they had me take a semester of Spanish and I got a 50. Then the next year, a semester of French and I got a 98. I didn't have to take a language in high school. That's nice. We had to, regardless of like how well we do a foreign language. Like, cause then, you know, most of the students at my school would be like, yeah, I can speak Vietnamese or I can speak Chinese. Not Chinese, sorry, speak Mandarin or Cantonese. And then it's like, well, you still have to take a language class. Je ne veux pas aller dehors. Dehors. I want to go outside. How do you say that in a whiny voice? Je ne veux pas. Je ne veux pas aller dehors. It's too cold outside. Il fait trop froid outside. It's too. Il fait trop froid outside. Dehors. It's the fucking word I keep making fun of that I can't say. Dehors. Dehors. It's cool. My junior year, my school added Latin and Japanese classes, and I wanted either one. But especially as the co-founder of the anime club, I wanted Japanese. They wouldn't let any juniors or seniors take the classes. Oh, gotcha. That sucks. That you couldn't take a language class in your junior year, even though you wanted to. You would think schools are there to foster a continued desire to learn.
Il fait trop chaud pour sortir.
But really, no. They just want you to come to school so they can collect your portion of their government money. Il fait trop chaud pour sortir.
Sortir.
Sortir. Il fait trop chaud.
Chaud.
Pour
sortir.
Sortir. They would have let me take some French, Spanish, or German, but not either of the new classes. And I was on the tech prep track, so languages weren't even required for me. Wait, so did you ever
Il ne fait pas très chaud en octobre.
Did you ever take Japanese or Latin?
Il ne fait pas très chaud en octobre.
Il ne fait pas très chaud en octobre. It's not that hot in October. Est-ce qu'il fait beau à Bordeaux en automne?
Automne.
Autumn. Nope, never did. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Savannah. That really sucks.
En octobre, c'est l'automne.
C'est l'automne. Nice.
Dehors, il fait froid, je préfère mon lit.
I hate this word so much.
Dehors,
Dehors.
dehors,
Dehors.
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 Dehors, il fait froid, je préfère mon lit.
Dehors, il fait froid, je préfère mon lit. Definitely did not get this word right. Quel temps fait-il en août à Lyon? It's too cold to go out. Il fait trop froid pour sortir. It's too cold to walk. Oh shit. Il fait trop froid pour... What's walk? For aller is go. Sortir is go out. Pour aller, sortir. What's déjeuner? No, I think that's eat. Breakfast. Wait, is déjeuner mean breakfast? You guys can't see me, but I'm doing like a power walking motion with my arms. I'm trying to figure out what the word walk is. Il fait trop froid. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Froid pour. Il fait trop froid pour. I'm just gonna say sortir. Sortir. Marcher! Marcher is walk. Okay. Marcher. This is marcher. Marcher. Okay, I got it. Marcher. In October, it's fall. En octobre, c'est automne. C'est l'automne. That's not fair. That's cheating. L'automne. That's cheating. Oh. In English, we say it's spring. In French, you say it's the spring. En décembre, c'est l'hiver.
En décembre, c'est l'hiver. En décembre, c'est l'hiver.
C'est l'hiver. L'automne. Pour marcher. En octobre, c'est l'automne. Nice, I did it. Alright, I was about to say we almost made it through a whole day without making any mistakes, and then I made like a whole bunch of mistakes. So let's just not mention those mistakes again. Okay, what was I doing? I was gonna change the category to Great Ace Attorney. Hello, baby boy. What are you doing? What are you doing, huh? Go sit up. Sit up. There you go. No mistakes, except for the ones made. Exactly. Alright, I have updated. We are now good to go with the category. Yep, that looks pretty good. I think we're okay. Okay, so with that, I have like so many. Guys, recently my baby boy is crunching on his food. It's dinner time. I've been listening to so many songs on YouTube. Like, there's been so many good covers of like the song that's been super viral, Golden Hour. And there's also been what is it? Fucking that song that's really dirty. What's it called? Unholy? Is that the song? And I've just been like so obsessed with listening to like first off the song, but also like people covering the songs. So that is to say, I have at least 10 tabs open of like a whole bunch of music. The Sam Smith one? Yeah, the one that goes wee 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 wee. How does it go? I've listened to it like at least 100 times, and I still don't have some deep lyrics. I still don't know how it goes. I'm gonna be real honest. My brain don't work sometimes. Doing something unholy? Yeah, I don't know either. I think it just goes, Mommy don't know, Daddy's getting hot. Da 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 da. Doing something unholy. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ooh ooh ooh. Da 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 da. Anyways. We are oh yeah, I was falling asleep here last night, but we found out, I think, that the mysterious man next door is actually the ballerina. Part 4. Let's get out of here again. We're gonna do it. Yes. All right. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's fucking show! God damn it. Let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. Did something happen? Yes, so we discovered that this man in the back here, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but the man behind the Mikoto-san is not a man, it's a lady. What were you reacting to? Oh, Sho posted a clip and it said, Sho titled it Some Deep Lyrics, and it's just funny. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Yes, it is definitely the back page here. Present. Yes. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. I really need to give Sholmes, like, a different voice. I feel like I'm just doing a regular voice for Sholmes. Maybe I should give him a different voice. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novavik Ballet's prima ballerina. So cute how Ryunosuke copies the movement that Sholmes does. Don't do it, Ryunosuke. Sholmes is a fake. He's just a himbo and he's big dumb. You don't look smart copying him. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh my god, that's dangerous. Am I gonna have to sound girly now? I am, huh? Gotta get my girl voice ready. She's so pretty. Oh, I love her gray eyes. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah, and I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. The proof of your what is this? Why does she just have this here? What did she glance at that's evidence? Oh, I mean, Sholmes said it, yes! So... I mean... Oh, wait. No. Is it the alcohol? It's the alcohol. I think this is wrong. One moment, a bearded Russian gentleman. The next, a sweet prima ballerina. But your true identity is that of a master thief. And this old case of yours is filled with loot. Are you quite concentrating? You've identified exactly what I did originally. Oops, I wasn't supposed to do the same thing as Sholmes. Oh yes, so I have, sorry. Well, I do understand, as inimitable as I am. People do like to try. But you won't make a great detective like that. Not even a great detective's assistant. An assistant's assistant, then? Alright, I'll think again. Okay, no, it's the alcohol. It has to be the alcohol. Crimes come in so many different forms, that's the thing. How can we be sure? Mr. Sholmes' observationist skills are beyond question, Naruhodo-san. Miss Pavlova definitely let her eyes stray to something, and that something will explain everything. We must look around very carefully and try to work out what she was looking at. Alright, I'll investigate the area more thoroughly. I agree that there must be something here that will prove what this woman is really guilty of. Okay, it's definitely this. It's this right here. Wait, but I can't click it. I can only click the traveling case? Books. No. What? Why can't I present the glass? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes! I see. Tiara. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovik Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
Ah!
I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now.
Come, come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless Kudoil betrays you. Why are you using hard-to-say words, Sholmes? Can you even say that, Sholmes? Do you know how to pronounce that word? Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true, but still.
Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case, and it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Is it the statue? Why won't she open her case? Books on the shelf. Maybe it's not. Is it this? Rules of passage? Small picture. Can we, like, examine it?
This is a charming little picture, isn't it?
What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside?
Or descending one, it seems to me.
When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. That's not it. Okay. Oh, I can pan. Okay, what if it's this?
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
There was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? It must be this, because there's nothing on the shelf. Right? It's all just books. What if it isn't? Yes! She's broken a rule. Yes. She has a pet. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. It's a pet! As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Damn, that's so cold. You bring a dog and they ditch you at sea? I would cry! Don't ditch your dogs at sea, you guys. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. This is so cute. They're adorable. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? Ah! Oh, I love their silhouette. That's so cute. I love that. Elementary? So it starts with a game is afoot and then it goes elementary? That's so adorable. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. It's been forever since I've had Pavlova. Oh, is the shoutout bot broken again? It shouldn't be. I turned it on, I thought. Oh, I didn't turn it on. Let me turn it on. I thought I had turned it on. It's on now. Welcome in, LJ. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Hello, Hermes. Yeah, my baby boy. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself? So no one would recognize me. What the dog doing? The dog is on the couch. Yeah, bud? Does that finger smell good? Does the finger smell like the meat from barbecue? Couch dog! That's right, he's allowed on the couch. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard, then before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. I would imagine Hermes is allowed everywhere. Literally everywhere. He's allowed on the couch. He's allowed in my bed. He's allowed wherever he wants to go. My dog is just the most precious thing to me in the whole entire world. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? And there's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone if the captain finds out. If you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When? And why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Dude, Sholmes, what the fuck? You would know this. If it was the ship, you would fucking know. Why are you asking her specifically? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Thanks, Ryunosuke. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovik Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovik Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself. Yes, and the crew of this ship,
They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does.
What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? What conundrum? Wait, I don't understand. Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure, but... Me too, I don't know. Conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Oh, interesting. So... how did she get on the board? On the boat?
Now that I think about it...
Chrono, I am not here! Hello, Chrono. Also, goodbye, Chrono, for not being here.
The crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business. Hello, Inside Out. Welcome in. We are back at it, more awake than last week, and we are ready to find out. Who killed my best friend? I hope you're having a good week so far. Welcome in. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Oh, we're still trying to figure that out? Yes, we are. Still trying to figure out who killed our best friend. He can't get us off anymore, so the least we can do is avenge him. That is correct, show.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Was anyone supposed to figure out what song you were singing by imitating an ambulance? And Show goes, what? You mean you don't recognize it? Right, Show? How could it? How could he not? It's so easily recognizable. Let me see your pet friend. Animal friend.
So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew if they found my precious.
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? A snake! It's a snake! Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there? Don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. It's a pet orangutan. It was Unholy by Sam Smith. It was, yes. And the orangutan is the murderer. What? Orangutans can't do murder. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Sputnik, hello, welcome in. Are we still on that ship? How long are those chapters anyhow? Yes, hello, we are still on the ship. Last week, I had to stop a little early because I was like super sleepy and I could not for the life of me stay awake. Oh no, eating friends, eating friends. You were playing Genshin Impact? It would appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Show her something? Hold on one second. I did not like it. Made myself some fire noodles. I love fire noodles. They're so good. Sudden tiredness. Yeah, but I won't be playing that again on stream. Oh, I see. Oh, hold on, guys. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me like about 2 minutes. I'm gonna run some ads while I'm gone. But I will be back in like a hot second. I'm so sorry. Just give me a second here.
Okay, sorry. My apologies. I am back. Is the game too loud, or is it an okay volume? I feel like it might be. I'm just looking at my OBS, and I feel like maybe it's a little loud today. It's perfect? Okay, got it. Good to know. Thank you for the confirmation, LJ. Alright. We're gonna need to present evidence. What are we presenting again? Oh, we need to show her. Oh, speckled band? Oh, thank you for the chug chrono. I will chug the rest of my tea. Cause, wow, it's already an hour since I started stream and my tea is lukewarm. I think this is what I need to show her. Not 100% sure. But possibly. What if I give Herlock a southern accent? How do you do a southern accent? Did that bucket save her from the water? No, the bucket, you know, is water pouring down and then the bucket falls as well. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is what I need to present. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. Wouldn't he have an English one since he's an Englishman? Things don't have to make sense here, show. Why do things have to make sense? They definitely don't. Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Wait, is whistling sound the sound of the snake going right? And then a few minutes later, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. Really wanted to be a snake, huh? Got new food meal idea, but you have to wait and see till Friday or the weekends. Oh, exciting! Can't wait for you to share your new food meal action production. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victims' cabins are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine, don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Ugh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Interesting. So, she really doesn't want us to see what, like, pet she has? And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. Where's my phone? Sorry, you guys, hold on. welcome in. How are you? I don't mind throwing that guy overboard. He's part of the crew. He'll never go overboard. How are you, Apple? Welcome in. Doing good today? That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. How's the night, you stinker? I'm well. I made a honey pot in ceramics today. Oh, how cute! That sounds adorable. I hope you had fun. I'm doing well. We are making our way through the boat part of this investigation phase. Hopefully we'll be able to go to trial soon so we can present all our evidence, you know. But trial doesn't seem like it'll be for a while. We've only seen 2 rooms. Making our way downtown. Faces past. Walking fast and we're homebound. Do-do-do-do. It's totally the incorrect lyrics, but you know. Wait, we're done. Okay. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. So, does that mean we can move to... We can't... We can't do anything, so we do have to probably go back here. Maybe we can talk to, we can talk to, what's her face? Mikoto-san. Do. Though we still got to find the killer. Something tells me it's the sailors. I'm not sure if it's the sailors or not. It's always something crazy. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Apple. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Taster, hello, welcome in. How are you? Happy Lunar New Year. The do-do-do's are back. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. You never know. It's very true. So... Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh my god, he got beaten up. Why? Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. Dude, your whole face. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, baby! When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
A baby bear? A bear baby? Yes. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. So, I mean... Okay, it's fine. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Not so fast. Just because you're a simp doesn't mean she's unrelated. Stop simping so hard and start looking at the facts. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
oh, I see.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh?
What?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
New information. Wow, I'm sorry. I cannot take this man seriously when he just looks so beat up. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Burias medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate time. Kawabunga, welcome in. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Princess is good. Just enjoying the unfolding of this story, you know? So far, I feel like we haven't done a lot of investigating. We've only seen 2 rooms, but maybe there's gonna be more. Like, I really want to know what happened to my best friend. Victim, male, Far Eastern. How is time? How was Time's day today? Time of death somewhere between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. It couldn't have been instant. Didn't, Kazuma had time to write something. No. That means whoever wrote... Does Kazuma even know Russian? Does that mean it was someone who wrote wardrobe to point the blame on us? I think that's what it was. Because if he died instantly, he couldn't have written a dying message in ink. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Okay. Thank you for the toy bone time. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Oh, yes. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Ah, I see. Interesting. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. So, I mean, I feel like the books maybe didn't have anything to do with it because, like, obviously Susato-san, like, cleaned up the books, like, really quickly, which makes me think maybe there wasn't anything there. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Is he even okay? The coughing blood seems concerning. I mean, he's been coughing blood since the beginning of the first trial, so I think that's just how he is. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Ah, interesting. Okay. So... then... I mean, there's really nothing to examine here, is there? Why do those Why did this come off again? There's no check mark here. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor, and they spelled a Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did okay, so they are kind of on track with the same thought process of if he died instantly, then who wrote the dying message? Because it surely wasn't Kazuma. Guess how many times that girl flipped us over? Like 4 to 5 times even. No one believes us, not to mention Sherlock Holmes staged a revolution on us, which caused one of the... Oh yes, it did cause one of the flips. Okay, so that now has a check. We can check this again. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like what it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark. Which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about. Time says night-night. Good night, Time. I really appreciate that you came by just to say hello. Thank you so much, Time. I hope you have a good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Please roll yourself into a little tight burrito and tuck yourself to bed. Good night, Time. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Bye! I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Okay, so everything is now... Oh, okay, so great here is still unchecked again. Or I feel like things become unchecked because new dialogue comes in. This is different from before, from the other games. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right, and just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but... there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Oh, so... I guess we do find her a little suspicious. Okay, so... what happened? Okay, so this has gone back to unchecked. Let's check this area. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will! Okay, so... that's done. Okay, so the bookshelf that she cleaned up is unchecked again. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins lead to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Oops, sorry. My bad. I just mindlessly clicked. Okay, so... Okay.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Okay, we do have everything else. Maybe we should talk to this guy. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to... Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. Oh, that new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room! Oh, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. Oh, he definitely will. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Okay, so I think we've examined everything. So now we move? Maybe to the hallway? Okay, yes, something is new.
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone!
Strong enough? Oh. I see. I see. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-lee-la-lee-la. I did it the great detective way.
This caroling, I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Why is... This happened yesterday too. My controller just stopped working. Uh-oh. I'm unplugging it right now. Plugging it back in. There we go. Stream said you're not allowed to, or Steam said you're not allowed to play anymore. That's not fair. Steam isn't my parents. And even then, I don't listen to my parents because they don't live with me. Not allowed, Steam. I choose when and where I play my video games. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong.
I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Okay, so we finally have a chance to examine her room. Let's start left to right, because I do enjoy doing... Oops, left to right here. Okay, so let's just go everything that lights up.
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Oops. Damn it. I wasn't ready for it to end yet. What the heck? Oh, you know what? I also need to make my infographic for the sugar cookies. Guys, do you think you guys are going to bake cookies with me on that Sunday? What do you guys think? You guys also gonna bake with me? You can hold the button on dialogue if you've seen already to make it go faster. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. Thank you for the heads up, Inside Out.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. But la off es mucho takai. I believe... Oh shit, how many eggs does the sugar cookie recipe use? Let me see. No, that is true. Eggs are quite expensive. Where did I save the recipe for... Was it this? Okay, so hold on. It says that this recipe uses a pound of butter, cup of white sugar, cup of brown sugar, 2 large eggs, 4 teaspoons extract, baking powder, salt. So it just uses 2 eggs, and I guess for the royal icing you do need like a egg white, but I used the pasteurized ones in the carton. So yeah. Sorry, yeah, it does look like that's, it doesn't use too many eggs. It makes, oh shit, I just closed it. Hold on. It makes, so it's a 8 millimeter thick cookie, about 32 to 36 3.5-inch cookies. So if you cut the recipe in half, you could have about 18 cookies. I might cut the recipe because that is just a lot of cookies in general, and between me and Ever, I also don't think we like to eat that many cookies, so I think that would be like a good amount. Yeah, so I'm just reading the recipe, and I do need to like let the cookie rest for about an hour, like the cookie dough. So I'm wondering if I should do that before stream. What's the cookies for? Oh, the cookies are for the Valentine's Day special baking stream that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna decorate some sugar cookies. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll probably bake the recipe before, or I'll probably mix the cookies before, and then when stream starts, we'll bake them together decorate them. And I think that should be good. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to like also plan out the day like logically because I've been putting a lot of thought into it and I'm like, okay, so we'll start this time. We'll go until this time. Just want to make sure everything goes well.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Okay, so what's here?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san,
It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. You have to look through the trash. It is so important.
however, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice. Look into the trash can. There's hardly anything in here at all. Okay, never mind. Don't look in the trash can.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
Wow, is she really gonna judge us for looking through the trash, but she can look through personal belongings? Right, Sho? What a hypocrite. Watashi gomi desu yo. Gomi desu. Moshi moshi. Gomi desu. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
Okay. That's a little bit much, but okay.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? It's a snake! I bet you anything it's a snake. She brought a snake on board. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one of them.
Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Still desperate for it to be a snake. I think it's a snake! Why else would it get mistaken as a speckled band?
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then.
It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know? I'm telling you, it's an orangutan.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Again, I must heavily caution you not to touch things at crime scenes. Don't you ever, guys, all of you guys, don't you ever do this. You should never be touching things in a crime scene. That's illegal, okay? Well, I mean, okay, well, technically it's not illegal, but if you do it and you leave DNA, like a skin cell or a hair, you will get blamed for a crime. So maybe don't do that. Also, I was watching CSI today as I was eating dinner, and it was really funny because like all of the characters were wearing gloves, and you could see like they're going through like a locker, right? Because they're investigating, and one of the investigators like touches her hair to like pull it away from her face with the gloves on, And I just stare at my TV and I'm like, did she just do that? Like, did she really just like touch her hair like that? And then this other one that was helping her was this guy, and he had a flashlight in his mouth. And guys, what happens when you take the flashlight out of your mouth with your hands? You're leaving saliva on your gloves and touching things again. Like, hello? This is bad criminal investigating. Why is this on TV? Anyways, sorry. Getting off my soapbox. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. That's exactly why it's on TV. True. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hoped Seaman Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. Door? Can leave the door for last, I think. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Wow, did she really just say that to us? Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. This cabin door has the simple sort of bolt latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. Ryunosuke can't catch a break, can he? He can never catch a break. First, he's blamed for murder. Then he goes on this awesome fun times trip with his best friend, and then his best friend gets murdered, and he's the suspect. That's terrifying. Oh my god, if anyone ever suspected me, if God forbid something ever happened to Ever and I became a suspect, I would just die right there. Like, why would I live life without my best friend? And people thinking that me, her best friend, did something. Doesn't make any sense. I love her so much. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. I see. We're done? We're done, right? Oh, great, maybe? Yes. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Okay, so, and then what about this pulley thing? Yes, also the same. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. It's a secret. Don't you understand? Secret. Okay, so we've done most of the items. Unless I'm missing something, but I feel like I've gotten everything. Okay, what if we go back? Can we move? Do we move? Yeah, let's move back to here. Maybe there will be something different. Nope. What if we move back to here? Have we forgotten something? Nope. There must be something I'm missing. And now the tediousness of an Ace Attorney game comes into play. What have I missed here? I feel like we've examined most things. Not most. I feel like we've examined everything. And this time there is a check mark, so it's not like I'm missing something. Yeah, I don't know. What do we need to do to trigger? Maybe we can examine the hallway. Maybe there's something new? First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Okay, so talk to Hosonaga, maybe. Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. Not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Okay, so there's that. Oh, hey look! We found him. Here, he was there. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Oh. I'm holding it, but it's not going faster. Oh, there we go. Okay. I see. Hold a different button. Oops. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he is going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Me tired, me go nap. Oh, Chrono, good night. I hope you have a good nap. Thanks for coming by. If you're lurking, I appreciate it. If you need to sign off, I hope you have a good one. I can't believe you're napping at 8 p.m. at night, but, you know, okay. You do you. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Oh, okay, so that was him singing. I see. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oh, what is it? You want to fight, huh? Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Throwing hands, he truly is. Don't judge me. Chrono don't need your nap criticism. I think that's exactly what Chrono needs, a nap criticism. Oh, put those fists away. Mr. Sholmes, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Hello, Chippy. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome back. Thanks for coming back and checking us out. We're playing a new game tonight. LJ says, Chrono don't need your nap criticism. I mean, it's 8 p.m. It's definitely not time for a nap right now. Doing fine. Thanks for asking. Of course, always. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad that, you're back and here to enjoy some great Ace Attorney because it is definitely very, very exciting. Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's logs from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there was circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? I feel like you accidentally read the wrong thing I said. What, Chrono don't need your nap criticism? I'm criticizing him because it's 8 p.m. and 8 p.m. is no time for a nap. Perhaps all sleeps are simply naps to Chrono. Read that twice? Oh. Oh no! Yep, there we go. Toppy Jones said it. Oh no, I read it twice. Hello, welcome back, Toppy Jones. We are playing some great Ace Attorney tonight. Thank you for stopping by again. I appreciate it. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Okay, so what happened that distracted everyone? Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance! Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Wait, everybody has a throbbing head? Was their food, like, drugged or something? That's like the third person. Isn't that really weird? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry? Also, she hasn't told us and she feels the same. Like, didn't she hear, like, 2 other people, Ryunosuke and Hosonaga, Inspector Hosonaga, say the same?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? That's suspicious. Well, that's super suspicious. Wait, hold on. Anything else to examine here? Got that. Got that. Okay, so that's all good. Okay, so let's move. Nutmeg and Bees, hello, welcome back. How are you? Good evening. Welcome in. Should we go talk to Hosonaga or Inspector Hosonaga? There he is. He doesn't have anything more to say. Are we missing something? Should we check the ship's log? But I don't think it lit up. Tired. I trimmed Earl and the girl's hooves today. It took a lot more energy than I thought it would. You know, I'm not gonna say that they're the same, but I feel super tired the days that I have to trim Hermes' nails. And like, he gives me such trouble with it because I feel like he's had bad experiences in the past. And like, I'm really gentle with him, but he will still like fight me. Like, because I don't restrain him or anything. I just try to hold his paw and I ask him to stay still. And he really has to stay still because otherwise I will take off a bigger chunk than I intend, which I don't want. I'm literally just like shaving slivers off of his nail thing, right? And so if he moves, I like don't do anything and I pause. But it's literally like me struggling and fighting with him like the entire time I'm doing that. And it takes like, I want to say for his 4 paws, it takes me anywhere from like 30 to 45 minutes. And it's just so exhausting. I don't like fighting with my dog. Terrible. No, we can't examine that. What are we missing? We got everything in the passageway. What if we go back here? Oh. Cool. Okay.
Ah, what's that?
Oh. Emergency! Emergency! Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a 1/4 mile 4! Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Starboard is right, by the way. I know this because of Final Fantasy XIV and the fact that a fight had to use starboard and larboard, and it really confused me. Chamomile is so feisty, I literally can't do that. I have to like lay them down in my lap, flip them over, then carefully trim and file their hooves. If I try to flip Hermes over, he gets very like scared and uncomfortable, and he will like wiggle and like pump his paws, and it's really like I literally cannot. There's no way. I have to let him just like sit down and like do his thing and fight me for a little bit, because after a while, if he doesn't feel cornered, like he'll stay still for me, but if I force him down into a position, he will fight. Earl was the most relaxed though, which was nice. Oh, that is good. I'm glad that at least some of them didn't give you any trouble. Starboard because of SpongeBob? Uh-oh. I guess SpongeBob is a good reason to know starboard. All hands, brace for impact! What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I can't stand.
Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I
I think I'm fine, thank you, Naruhodo-san. Wow! It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door quickly. What? The bolt? Oh. So, the mystery of the bolted door has been solved because when the bolt tilts and tips, you don't have to unlock it from the outside. It just locks itself. I see. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Dun dun dun! We figured it out. Wish I could just have them stand there, but it will just turn or ram me. And I might accidentally scratch them, so I have to do that. Also to accurately see what I'm trimming. That makes sense. Also, it's so difficult to trim Hermes' nails because he has dark nails, which makes it more difficult to see where the quick is. So I can't rely on looking at the side of the nail. You know how like if a dog's nails are like translucent white, then it's easy to see where the quick ends. But because his nails are dark, I literally cannot depend on that. I have to shave it off layer by layer. And I just have to see if like the tip of the nail has like a gummy bit, and then I'm like, okay, that's it. No more trimming. So it takes forever. They're just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, it's because he wasn't supposed to be in this room. I get it. I get it. That makes sense. Yes. Okay, so we are slowly getting there. I'm understanding more and more. That does sound tough. Luckily, Mocha, our old lady pitbull, has translucent nails. Our other dog will just chew his own nails. Wow, that sounds kind of not okay that he chews his own nails. He doesn't chew too much, right? I've never heard of a dog being a nail biter. That's a first. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Oh my god, you can see his belly button. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? Maybe he just doesn't like the nail trimmer. I mean... Oh, no, not too much. He just makes sure they don't get long. I've never heard of that, but, you know, if your dog can take care of his own nails, then I guess that's all fine and dandy. There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry? Me? I've been a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
Lady, that thing was open before we even came in here. What? No. We didn't touch it. We did not touch that.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes? What's next are we gonna be framed with?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Ah! And he a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Ugh. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Oh god. Okay, so are we talking to people? What the f- I'm sorry. Never thought I'd say this. Sherlock Holmes, help us. Well, Herlock. Sherlock is not here, but Herlock is right here. And why does he keep coming into the space with really weird poses? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Holmes! Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. No, Sherlock was the best I could say his name. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. The tiara really pulls the look together. It really does. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles? Naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. Ugh, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than the hook on a wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. Calling him Sherlock Holmes, easy for me to say. You've been hanging there the entire time while we were been getting scolded. That's true. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me. Naturally. What?
Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Okay, that's a lot of greats. Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Literally, now we know it could have been anyone before the ship was turned. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. We figured that one out. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Princess! Hello! Sev! And Sev's partner. Hello! Welcome in. How are you guys? Welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing tonight?
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery detective stories.
Da! Locked room! That is point! We could have been in the cabin the entire time. How could we be able to put that note on the closet? Very true. There was a paper in front of the closet.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolts could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. I don't like where he's going because I think he's completely wrong. We are still tired, but living the dream otherwise. No embolisms to report. That's good to know that there are no embolisms. Keep yourselves healthy. Let's bust through it like crazy people. What other entrance? We've never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. Sorry, I had a burp. Embolisms! I typed good. You still typed it wrong. The ventilator man. The ventilator? You think this funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? I can hear a faint whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
That arms thick as tree trunks made me laugh. It was quite funny. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the... How did I fucking know? Nick! Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Everyone is shell-shocked. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? It was a poisoned snake that killed him. There was no poison, though. They did examine the body. There was no poison.
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. As white as a bowl of rice. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Rice, right? So white. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. Okay, but like, I prefer purple rice. I've never really had purple rice. Is it like sweeter? I love white rice. Oh my god, I love white rice so much. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Purple rice is like sticky rice, more chewy, has a nutty flavor, and slightly sweet. Ooh, that sounds really tasty. Maybe I should try a bag. Maybe if they have like a small, maybe like 5-pound bag, I should try it. Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Oh, what is that? Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. A speckled orangutan? LJ. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? I played this so long ago, so knowing how these cases end, I didn't realize how long it takes to piece everything together. It takes so long. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear. And it's like not even like you finish investigating and you know everything. Because a lot of the information for Great Ace Attorney, or well, for most Ace Attorney games, is, if I remember correctly, a lot of the missing information comes out during the trial as well. Or like not even missing, but like new. Cases in this game are really long than any Ace Attorney game, and I don't follow this franchise too much. I love this franchise, it's so good. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. I also love this franchise, though I'm not very good at it. Gotta make sure to save multiple times during a case so I can reload my saves when I mess up. I see. Maybe I should do that, because I'm also big dumb sometimes. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. When you present your evidence and the music doesn't stop, and you're just like, did I get it or didn't I get it? That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Literally the worst. It doesn't always stop. Most of the time, it does stop, but it doesn't always stop when you present the correct one. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. What is this crazy accusation right now?
To train?
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Brain genius Herlock. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Everyone is just shocked into silence. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! Your logic is made of Swiss cheese. Hello, Creed. Welcome in. How are you? I mean, what do you expect from this guy? Literally, that meme where everyone at the party is looking in disgust. You've solved the mystery. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madame.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake
By whistling. But, madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. If your logic was a bucket, it would be bone dry. Sherlock finishes a deduction. Everyone. Oh, hold on. Let me see what that is. That's hilarious. If you follow Creed, you'll get to see the toxic side of Princess. No, Martine, I'm not toxic. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not toxic at all. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
The snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabins.
Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes.
The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been a part of this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, right.
So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Oh my goodness, hilarious.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. Really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. I really hate this guy, not in a good way. Sholmes is a task failed successfully kind of guy. He is Gumshoe. I don't think she's exactly innocent, to be honest. I definitely think there's something there, but I'm not 100% sure like what exactly it is going on. Not yet, anyways. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. She really does look troubled. Yes, it's hard to believe she's putting that expression on to fool us. But if you look closely, it's almost like she's actually staring at something. At what, do you think? Perhaps something physically causing her pain. We should have a closer look. What is it? Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. It has to be this.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? There's not supposed to be any pets in here though. Like, I know looks like an animal scratch, but it really shouldn't. Take it back. He's so confusing to talk with. A cat baby.
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Oh. Oh. Duh. She's holding a cat, right? It is a cat. Oh look, it's a kitty cat, and she looks so happy. Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten! It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit?
A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
So someone has another pet, and that pet is a snake? Who does that snake belong to? Without doubt, your little friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no!
You will get to find out eventually. Gotcha. I see, I see. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way, How disappointed are you that her friend isn't a snake? I'm quite disappointed. I really thought it was the snake show. I really, really thought it was the snake. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of it. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's soft skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, boys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? What is it? Oh. Wait. Oh. What is this? Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may— oh, I see. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Not as adorable as a cat, as a dog though. Dogs are the most adorable creatures on this planet. Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched at the back of my head and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. The cat is actually the pet of an orangutan? It is not. Darka, she is so naughty. I see. That doesn't explain how he died then. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. Wait, so if it's a cat, that doesn't, I mean, was the cat present when maybe he was murdered? I've never seen an orangutan with a kitten. It's adorable. I have not seen an orangutan with a kitten. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Untrue, because we know that's not how he died. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Okay, so was it this one? It was. Yes! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was the one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. That is not true. If he fell on accident, there would be no need to frame someone for his death. A penfall could explain it. No, it can't, you guys. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Okay, so... would it not be that? Examination. What are we looking for? Has to be... wait, what? Yes! That's not right. What are we looking for? What precisely was your intention with that, Naruhodo-san? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is you do not have a term for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Wait, hold on. Died because of a broken neck. Either he was struck by something... oh, it's the fucking shoe polish thing. A strange mark. Oh, it's the shoe polish. Okay. That proves that he was hit by a blunt object. His shoe polish. Okay, that's what it was. Yes! Princess, don't be a hater. We're exploring all possibilities. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No, wait, no, what? He couldn't have just tripped and fell. And then, did she go into his room and write wardrobe so that she could, like, redirect the blade? There's no way our best friend died over something so lame, such as tripping and falling and breaking his neck. There's no freaking way. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no— Yeah, right? Like, there's no way. That's so lame. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But— And if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. That's just a tiara, right? Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. Starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. I mean... Is there anything else? This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the cage and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. What are we supposed to look for here? The point is, where has it got to? It's not— we're not supposed to do the traveling case, right? So then... oh, is it here? We didn't really look in here earlier. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh! Wow. Wait, it can't be. That's so lame. That can't be. He died because he tripped and fell? Someone tells me, please, someone tell me that this isn't true. Please, this is so lame. How could he have the lamest death in any franchise I've ever seen? He tripped and broke his neck. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Okay, so that's it. That's the evidence. Are you actually asking to spoil it? Absolutely not. We will see in just a second, but I'm still so upset. I'm just venting out loud right now. How can you be so stupid? That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. She's upset at even the possibility. It's true, I'm so upset. The fact that they would even hint that he broke his neck and died. This is terrible. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't. I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be. Would it be the picture? Let me just take a look. I didn't take a look at the oh, there it is. Okay, it's that. Yes! A man's sense of balance is his soul. Oh, he didn't have his sword with him, so that's why? If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. I'm just very upset that that is his death. That after all of this, the conclusion is he died because he tripped because a cat was in his room. Wait, what? This is very stupid. It is so stupid! This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You died because you tripped over a cat. Does that make any sense to anybody? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. He died by accident? What the heck? And we were gonna be blamed for his murder!
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. Freak accidents, you know, they happen. A masterful murder. It's terrible, both of you. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes,
And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. Huh. Don't we all know that in the year of our good Lord 2020? So, I listened and listened, trying to hear if there were some noise in the next cabin. We got accused multiple times, been threatened, flipped over, who knows how many times, got scolded, had Herlock make up random things off his head, which caused one of those flips for nothing. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. I will never mentally recover from the pandemic. I don't think anyone ever will. It's just like a scar on everyone's psyche. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Wow. Absolutely wow. Unbelievable. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. This is possibly one of the stupidest cases I've seen in an Ace Attorney game yet. Unless that kitty was bad luck. Wow, I forget sometimes how bad it was for other countries. The pandemic was very, very bad for, like, many people. Even if you lived in a country that, like, responded really quickly, I still feel like it was quite bad. But yeah, it's just a tough time for everyone. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? He's just petting. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name Pirozko. Pirozko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? without someone who understands? Wouldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say. They milk chickens? Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirosco eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. So is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Thank you for the toy bone apple. I spiritually connect with the side of Ryunosuke who roasts everybody with no shame. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Very recognizable subtitles. I don't know, Herlock. Maybe because you said some of the most random stuff. Miss Pavlova.
I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything.
She was in his room. She was in his room and she wrote wardrobe to point the blame somewhere else. Because how else, right? That's the only way the evidence would have gotten in that room.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Oh, Tilo, good night. Let me give you a tuck in. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Good night, good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Bye. Don't you agree, Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. I keep wanting to answer your speculations, but I have to hold back. We're gonna get there. Don't worry. We're definitely gonna get there. This is very upsetting. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Yes, finger. Come on. Make the connection, Ryunosuke. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. Why was Thancred denied a bank loan? Because he had bad cred. Oh my goodness, Martine, get out. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? I mean, he was. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. My best friend! The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Two bros chilling in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Yes, soundtrack is jammin'. I think I'd rather work with Edgeworth than with him. I do also love Edgeworth. I think he's a great character, but man, do I love Herlock. He is such a himbo and I love him so much. Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Prove unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. It has to be this, right? Like, why would you frame someone else if it was an accident? Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. Edgeworth and Herlock working together would be hilarious. I can forgive Hosonaga for not figuring it out since he probably got some brain damage, but no one else has a free pass. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proved this was no accident, in other words. It had to have been this, right? Because why would that be there still? Yes! Because half of it was in one room and the other half in another room. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You're wasting time! Someone else was there! Duh, of course, we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you! Yes! It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. Sup, son? Welcome in, how are you? Welcome, welcome. You're just in time, because we're about to figure out this crime, because we finally collected all the clues. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. How are you doing, son? What are you up to? Have you been having a good Monday, Tuesday, friend? As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. Oh, that's true. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Just finished some reading. Been studying on roof leaks mostly today, but doing good. You've been good? Yes, much better this week than I was last week when I was playing this game. I was very tired last week. But why are you studying roof leaks? Or do you have like some kind of exam? Are you trying to fix a roof leak? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal! Have a roof leak, yep. Oh, I hope you are able to get that fixed soon. That's no fun. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, I want your tooth then. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Huh, you are great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina. Not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. Ugh, he's right.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? Oh my goodness. So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Thank you for the box, Martine! A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? Yes, of course. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Schultz means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Guys, literally this just happened. How can you not remember that we had to Susato-san, are you stupid? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Oh my god, you're so dumb. Indeed, we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. It has to be this.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga.
Oh, yes!
That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, Yep, that's exactly what we're trying to say. And the door locked itself. After she had gone in to hide the crime. The SS Buria made another emergency stop. That also tracks because of the missing log, right? The missing log files of nothing to report. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. It's all coming together! I know, big brain show. It's big brain time. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. Oh, and as someone who works on the ship, she would know exactly what that button does. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today with Sholmes. Oh goodness. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. What a little stinker. He is a huge stinker. Oh my goodness. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider?
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You are idiot. Buria is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? It's definitely this.
Yes!
Don't know what's going on, but I know this thing. We're doomed. We're not doomed! Everything is coming together. No worries. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Is it not? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties? What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift Riro in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report, every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened! But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Wait, his name is Seaman Stroganoff. That's gross. Wait, why? I thought they said Stroganoff was strong enough. I don't understand. Gulp. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. A stroganoff is a type of food. That too, right? Hello, Bishop. How are you? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Good evening. I'm finally here. I'm glad you could make it. You're just in time for, I think, what is the finale of this little bit here. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Okay, wait, but everyone has a headache. Don't forget, maybe your food was drugged. Just saying. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. No, because it's at 2 fucking a.m. in the morning. Watching Legends of Vox Machina with the boot, hence the lateness to your party. No worries, you do not need to explain yourself or anything. I'm just glad that you could make it. Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. How was the episode? Was it fun? Exciting? That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. Button brings the engines to a complete stop? Yes, it does. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Exactly, the throbbing, you guys. Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. Is it because they hit their head? When they hit their head during the emergency stop? My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected, or was it like food? He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. Needed to avoid something, makes no sense. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. It had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Actually, very relevant. My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Sleeping pills, tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. Oh, so that's how she boarded the ship. So, because she got on late last night, but no one could recall that the ship had stopped at a port. And so to get her on the boat, and because she had been on the boat before, like, and everyone knew her, so when they knew that they needed to go pick her up to help her out, they drugged everyone on the ship so that the ship could make a stop. That totally makes sense. Can I be the first to say I love his goggles? I do love his goggles. I love Princess's thinking face. Thanks, LJ. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. Makes sense, but kind of messed up. It's definitely messed up, like, that they would do this to people on the ship. Honestly, I will give credit to Herlock. He does look nice. He has an amazing outfit. I guess a drug would make sense, but I still like my allergy theory. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Da, we could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. while all the passengers of the SS Burya slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Everyone's asleep. No, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. She's called Pavlova, and he's called Stroganov. Is anyone else named after a food? I didn't notice any other food names, but we can definitely check what the other crew names were later. I'm sure. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I have said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Wow, she uses the same kind of defense I do. I like how his face has the marks from the snake. That is a terrible idea considering what we went through. I like his fish tie. Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright. I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Didn't have to be a fish, but they made it a fish anyway. Did they make it a fish? Is it a fish? His arms are crossed. Oh! What's this? Oh, look at this! It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. That is an ink stain. Prevaricate. Speak or act in an evasive way. The fish, you can see the eye. Poison? No, it's the ink.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. Chunky arms. Yes, his chunky arms are the evidence. He was there last night. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Of course, we have to present this. Ignore the ink stain. It's the chunky arms. Okay, show. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh? Oh, it is a fish. You're right. That's so funny. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Mr. Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Wait, is it this? Is this the only thing that has ink on it? It is, okay.
Yes!
I wish they would stop calling him Seaman. Sailor Stroganoff would have worked just as well. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink, it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ugh! Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I like how the dialogue has different pitches depending on who is talking. Thanks, Chippy. I do try to do a little bit of like voice acting. It's not the greatest, but it is something. This game already has our friend getting us off. Any lines are fair game after something like that. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? You're great at voice acting? Thanks, I guess.
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little fairy friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead?
Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked at...
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova? I assume.
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
I understand.
And I believe you.
So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? So angry this whole case is possibly the worst case I've seen in the entire franchise. I don't remember all of the deaths, but this is pretty dumb. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events? A kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What's unnatural? I've seen dumber. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Unnatural? If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of luck, broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? If he fell and broke his neck... Would it be it's because he's laying face down instead of face up? Can you break your neck falling forward? No, because then when you fall forward, you would brace your hands forward and your forearms would hit the ground. But then if you fall back, sorry, I'm kind of like trying to move my body to like so forward. No, because if you fall forward, you would definitely catch yourself. If you fall back, then I guess you could like, no, because if you fall back, you can kind of push your elbows back, but that doesn't really help break your fall and you would hit your neck. So it's definitely because he's laying face down.
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Oh, wait, no? Wait, how do I point out that it's the position that he fell in? That's not correct. Clearly, this is because I didn't get it right. What? Where do I have to point on the picture to, like, tell everyone that this is what I want to explain? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry. I'll try that.
I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely.
That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprits. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Yeah, I know. I fucking know already. Would you land? Where am I supposed to point? What of your hands? Turn a fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? Is it because his hand is closed? Then you wouldn't, well, some people could brace themselves with closed fists, but I guess you would also open your hands. I like how Sho keeps saying, just try it, just fucking try it. Get a real good chin tuck and you can snap your neck pretty good. Okay, let's point to this hand.
Yes!
Is that it? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Hold on, I'm gonna fucking try. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna wake up all my neighbors. Hold on. I'll try kneeling on the ground and falling. I guess it is your natural inclination to open your palms, but also, like, I feel like in a split second, if I'm freaking out, I would definitely do it with closed fists, and also that really hurt. Now my palms hurt. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. I like how Herlock is so quick to tell us bold-faced lies labeled as deductions, but when he has the answer, he's all figure it out yourself. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? I don't know, you fucking tell me!
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please!
Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes, you definitely would. This is what I found. Missing earring! Missing earring? Is that why she only has earring on one side? I like clocked it, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle?
Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Huh, it tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. It's definitely this.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Wait, so that means the order of events was all wrong. And Herlock found out about this before he came in this room? Dude, that's fucked up. You made us do the whole deduction thing and you already knew she was in the room and it wasn't her cat.
Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon.
Ah, there can be no doubt now, surely. Is it There. She has such petite ears. Okay, so I just have to point to her ear. Okay, we'll just get through this dialogue. Okay. Let's do this.
Yes!
He did tell you. He told you this was a distraction. He used us. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link on it must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. Ah! I don't believe it! Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Okay, so she was super sus. I mean, she was a little sus at the beginning, and then she just got more and more sus as this progressed. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night. Oh, this is Pavlova. Okay.
Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Ah.
Of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh?
No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Sun says, good night, princess. We'll be in lurk mode. Good night, Sun. Let me give you this little tug. Good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Bye. Thank you for coming by and thank you for leaving a lurk. I really appreciate it. Bye. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? He wasn't. Then it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darga jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, oh no. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. But the whole ship already knew. There was no point. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." But, like, wasn't the whole crew in on it? So even if he told the captain, it wouldn't have mattered. Even if she didn't know that Ryunosuke was in the wardrobe. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote something so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe to find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. Oh, Nutmeg, thank you for the toy bone. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Wouldn't you have, like, picked up the piece of glass and, like, realized that you didn't have the whole thing? That's kind of stupid. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship... Oh, yeah, right? Like, didn't I just fucking clock that at the very beginning? Aren't you friends with every member? Girl, sorry girl, murder by accident is still murder. Aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Hosonaga. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. It's because he was associated with police. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord,
May I stop you a moment, Miss Pavlova? It's just, it doesn't seem to make sense.
I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think he was gonna wake Ryunosuke up. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? It was to the wardrobe. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama.
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths, and not only that. In order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? It was this. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no.
Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. And go to jail. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What have I done? Show's right. Murder is murder. Go to jail. She deserves to hang. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Guria was finally laid to rest. And this is how our best friend died. I'm so sad. No mercy? No. She killed my best friend. If someone killed my best friend, I would never forgive them. It's called manslaughter, true. It's not murder, it's manslaughter because it was an accident. Could have forgiven her because it was an accident, but she allowed the crew to fabricate evidence and accuse us, so she got her just desserts. Yeah. Like, if it was just an accident, completely understand. The fact that she went to someone to hide the murder, and at the very end, you find out that she actually had a hand in him falling, that's what, like, is really, like, the no good. Like, that's not, no, not at all. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians be trying to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Whole case is just terrible. Not funny, got annoying. Whole twist was dumb. Least favorite, most case ever. Sorry for being negative, but I can't handle this case. That's okay. That's just life, you know? Sometimes life isn't the best and throws you a curveball. I get it. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. I'm getting sad. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. Susato-san? Almost went a whole stream without tears. She got really sad because when he talked about him and Kazuma talking about like how much fun they'd have in Britain, that just made me really sad. Like his best friend isn't there anymore. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Good morning, Chrono. Welcome back. No crying. It's impossible for me to not cry. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I'm not really fine, thank you. Inside out. I'm not fine. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. It was not an accident. She could have chosen not to push him. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Oh. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I think you need to stop talking about the orangutan, LJ. It doesn't make any sense. Huh? Surprise to Mr. Naruhodo? This motherfucker. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny? Oh my goodness. What the heck, Herlocks? Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. No, not at all. Not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. After he said he would never be a lawyer. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But I was my own lawyer in a murder case. I can lawyer. I can do lawyering. Let me lawyer. Let me at him. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? Oh, I'm getting emotional again. And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself! Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you. That's how Ryunosuke became the star of a movie called How to Be a Lawyer in 40 Days. Is it the movie How to Lose a Man in 40 Days? Is it 40 days? I haven't seen that movie in like forever.
I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Oh, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Okay, you're right. You're right, show. Classic rom-com. You're completely right.
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted.
Oh, it has its headband. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. Oh, that just makes me really sad. So then, Miss Usato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. That whole era of rom-coms was Chef's Kiss, so stupid yet endearing, and cute in a funny way. Yes, don't kung fu us again. I feel like she will, though. I feel like that's gonna be a recurring thing in this game. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times! Because he didn't deserve it, so she wants him to repay the throwing. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would have never done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times! Oh, so he deserved the other 2 times? That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. How about you pay my meals for the next 5 days? That's right. Pay for my meals. That'll work. I like food instead. Action's onto something. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. She's gonna throw us. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? I knew it. I should go to the gym for strength training, just so I can throw a man at a moment's notice. Sorry? No worries, Action Production. I also whined about how stupid this case was. I'm still mad about it. I think I'm gonna continue to be mad about it. It's okay to vent your feelings about what's happening in the game. Like, that's still on topic, so I don't mind. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. I hate these guys. Oh yes, arresting indeed, and that is what you term the Susato Takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato Squash. Okay. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Better get used to them since they aren't going anywhere. They are recurring characters in this game. Haruma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will! Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Oh shit, does anyone else know? Are we gonna find out? But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. How are we gonna work it out? In Great Britain's capital, London. I don't understand. Okay. I guess that's fine. That's okay. Okay, yes, okay. Okay, so it seems like you will know eventually. So we are on the next episode, but I would like to end stream here because I don't want to start something new. Because obviously it's super late right now. And we will probably save this for next time. All right, so let's see who's on tonight. You will find out, but it's like an overarching story that isn't completely resolved until The Great Ace Attorney 2. Gotcha. I even woke up in time. Hello, Chrono. Welcome back. Good morning. So let's see. We do have a couple friends on that we could raid over to. Is there anyone playing Great Ace Attorney that is like where we are? No, everyone looks like they're super far ahead because I don't recognize any of these characters. Okay, so then we should raid a friend. Lost is playing Soul Hackers. I don't think I've ever raided Lost. No, I have raided Lost a couple times. Oh, it's a very exciting looking, like graphically exciting game. We also have Starry, but I have raided her recently. Mayuko, Gunny. Oh, Pat. We haven't raided Pat in a while. Raid, good night. Thanks for the stream. Of course, Chippy. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you guys for coming in, hanging out, whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting. I appreciate each and every one of you. Every little bit helps, you know, when you're a small streamer who's starting out. So I really appreciate you guys just coming in and, you know, bumping those numbers up and helping me become more discoverable. It was nice to be here. See you next time. Of course. Let's actually raid our friend Pat, because I feel like it's been a while since we raided him anyways. If you guys have a subscription, go ahead and copy this raid message. And let me just paste it, make sure I have it. No, it's no worries, Action. Not at all. Don't worry. You don't have to apologize. And guys, if you don't have a subscription, you are welcome to copy the ones with the real dog cutouts because, you know, doggies are cute and I love them oh so much. Without further ado, I'm gonna start this raid. And guys, please be happy, please be healthy, but most of all, please remember to be kind. Be kind to others because you never know what a smile, hug, or hello can do for someone who's having a bad day. And be kind to yourselves. Stay hydrated. Drink some water. Maybe a little bit right now. Get up and stretch your legs. Walk around. Because you need to get the blood in your body pumping. You know? You don't want to get an embolism because those can cause death. You know, touch some grass outside, smell the roses directly from the rose bush, And you know, just overall be healthy. My classmate experienced that. See, you could die from embolisms, you guys. Taster know someone, okay? Anyways, tomorrow we'll be playing some more Jump King. So if you want to see me suffer, please come tomorrow. I will enjoy all the pain and suffering. All right, you guys. I love you, my puppies. I'll see you all later. Bye. Good night. Bye-bye.